Dear ladies and gentlemen, I will ask you for your attention. First, let's stand up for the national Macedonian anthem, as well as the international university anthem. Teodora Page Zajkov. Now we're starting with the opening ceremony. Dear Macedonian President, Gordana Siljanovska-Davkova, dear Major of City of Ohrid, Kirill Petsakov, dear Professor Dr. Vlatko Nedelkovski, Dean of the Faculty of Physical Education, Sports and Health, dear Professor Dr. Dario Novak, President of Fieps Europe, dear Branislav Antala, Professor Dr. Vice President of Fieps World, also Professor Dr. Avelino Azevedo, President of EUPEA, dear Deans, Vice Deans, and Professors of World Universities, dear scientists from all continents, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 18th Fieps European Congress and 6th Scientific Conference, Rpeš. A big event that starts today and will last 3 days in the beautiful city of Ohrid. This eminent gathering is held with the presence of scientists from all continents, from Oceania, Asia, Africa, America, and Europe. In the year that we are looking forward to the Summer Olympic Games in Paris, 2024, this is a kind of science Olympiad. As the biggest gathering this year of scientific workers who, through their research and sessions, discussions, and conclusions, will transmit their latest achievements in the interest of sport and much widely. All that in the city of the Pearl of the Balkans, Ohrid, a city that is one of the most attractive centers in Europe, the city under the protection of UNESCO, the city which is historical and cultural monument and among the biggest tourist destination in the region. The host of this Congress is the Faculty of Physical Education, Sports and Health from the State University of St. Kyril and Methody from Skopje, a faculty that has been developing, producing, and contributing to the overall development of the sport. The faculty, which is Macedonian leader in its field, and with its experts in the past 50 years, has exceptional significance in the process of creating professionals and scientific persons in education and sport. So, at the beginning of this ceremony, I will invite Professor Dr. Vlatko Nedeljkovski, the Dean of Faculty for Physical Education, Sports and Health, on behalf of the host, to wish you successful work. Please.
Welcome. Добро дојдовте. Сакал да поздравам македонската председателка, професор доктор Гордана Силјановска-Давкова, градоначалникот на град Охрид, Кирил Пецаков, dear President of Фиепс Europe, Дарио Новак, Vice President of Фиепс World, Бранислав Антала, President of EUPEA, Mr. Avelino, and General Secretary of Ministers of Francophonie, Ms. Toby. I would like to salute all the deans, pro-deans, and all the colleagues from the Brotherhood faculties and universities on the Balkans and all around the Europe and the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, professors, PhD students, and dear guests, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the opening of the 11th Fieps Congress and the 6th Rpeš Conference in Ohrid, organized by the Faculty of Physical Education, Sport and Health. This gathering serves as a course of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration, uniting experts, researchers, practitioners from all around the globe to explore the intersection of physical education, sports, and science. In today's society, where athleticism is celebrated, physical excellence and sports science have never been more crucial. They act as the compass guiding children, athletes, coaches, and sports organizations toward optimal development, performance, injury prevention, and overall well-being. We are not just participants in this event. We are leaders in this journey of discovery. Together, we can holistically approach physical education for health and well-being, as well as the science for sport development and sustainability. Yet, amidst our pursuit of scientific breakthroughs, let us not forget the essence of physical education and sport values, the spirit of fair play, respect, and the unity that build togetherness. In the end, it's not just about winning medals and breaking the records. It's about shaping physical education and literacy from children to the elderly. During these few days, we will have a chance to exchange ideas, foster partnerships, and inspire one each other. I personally will embrace diversity of thoughts, challenge conventional wisdom, and think innovation to help shape the future of physical education and sports science. I hope you will find your own inspiration for personal and institutional development. With this, I wish you a warm and pleasant stay as a part of 11th Fieps Congress and 6th Rpeš Conference. May your time together be filled with enlightening discussions, fruitful collaborations, and memorable experience. Thank you and enjoy in our conference.
Thank you. And now I will invite Professor Dr. Branislav Antala, the Vice President of Fieps World. Please.
Dear honorabilities, dear ladies and gentlemen, let me, on behalf of Fieps World Leadership, to welcome you on 18th Fieps European Congress, who is organized together with 6th Scientific Conference of Federation of Sport Pedagogues of Macedonia in this beautiful city of Ohrid. Let me greet you all, also from Professor Dr. Almir Grum from Brazil, Fieps World President, who is currently recovering from her surgery. He has therefore unable to attend this important event in person. On behalf of all members of the Fieps World Executive Board, I would like to thank the Faculty of Physical Education, Sport and Health, University of Skopje, to Faculty of Pedagogy, St. Clement Ohridsky in Skopje, and to Federation of Sport Pedagogues of Macedonia for the excellent work what you did with preparation and realization of this event. For me, it's also a great honor and pleasure to meet in Ohrid many important personalities from the field of physical and sport education from around the world, keynote speaker, invited speaker, Fieps national and assistant national delegates, representative of different universities, faculties, other international organizations, and many other specialists, young researchers, teachers, guests, and other participants. You will guarantee the highest level and success of this important event organized in Ohrid. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end, let me wish to all organizers and all participants successful Congress to get many new knowledge and experiences. Fieps is oldest. Last year we celebrated 100th anniversary of creation and largest international organization in the field of physical education in the world. We have representative actually in 142 countries. But Fieps is more than community of experts. It is big family based on good intrapersonal relations and long-term friendships. One more time, I wish to all of you successful Congress. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Antala. Now I will invite Lucette René Toby from the Francophone countries. She is General Secretary of Ministry of Conference for Youth and Sport. Welcome.
His Excellency, Head of State of Macedonia of the North, dear Deans of the Faculty of Sport and Physical Education, dear Antala, my friend, dear Dario, Vlatok, I think I well pronounced. I'm very emotional and honored to present you the Conference of Ministry of Youth and Sports of French-speaking countries. We are 42, and the host country is a member of our organization. You can imagine how proud I am right now to speak in front of His Excellency. Conferenția has three programs: sports, youth program, and governance and strategic one. And I'm here because I'm trying to advocate for the National Youth and Institute of Sports of our countries, to try to share what we're doing and see how we can work together to improve the physical education in our countries and meet it as the heart of the health. To do that, when I've been appointed as 7th Secretary General since 1969, I'm the first woman heading this secretary, I had three missions: improve professionalization of sports, try to increase also the youth employment, and try to sort out the problem of sports, schools, facilities to practice sports in our schools. And today, we're working in the program of dual career, and we're trying to train and reinforce capacities of our teachers. It's the reason of my presence here. I hope during this conference, I'm going to go back home with promises of us setting up deans of your organization to improve also our sport in our countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Also, now I'll invite on the stage Professor Dr. Dario Novak, President of Fieps Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Fieps Europe leadership team, I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 6th Scientific Conference, Research in Physical Education, Sport and Health, and particularly to the 18th Fieps European Congress, which is held in this beautiful city of Ohrid, North Macedonia. First of all, I would like to thank all the Congress organizers, especially to the Faculty for Physical Education, Sport and Health, University of Skopje, Federation of Sport Pedagogues of Macedonia, and Faculty of Pedagogy, St. Clement Ohridski, Skopje. A special thanks belongs to our Fieps national delegates from North Macedonia, Professor Marian Malcev, Professor Biljana Popeska, and Professor Ilya Klincarov. A special thanks also belongs to the President of the conference, Professor Vlatko Nedeljkovski, Dean of the Faculty of Physical Education, Sport and Health, and all the chairs and members of Congress scientific and organizing committees. Thank you so much for putting such a great effort in organizing this event that specifically celebrates 101 years since the establishment of Fieps. The topic of this Congress, Holistic Approach in Physical Education and Modern Trends in Sports Sciences, is very relevant today. We must really think what physical education and what sport education is focused on today, which role it plays in changing society, in solving different physical and social problems. I believe that this Congress will bring us many answers, indicate further trends and perspectives of physical education and sport development, and describe a new position and role of physical education and sport in this multicultural society. A couple of very important activities will be held during this Congress. A very important activity for our Fieps families is the Fieps Delegates Meeting, in which we will discuss the Fieps next activities over the next couple of years. During every Fieps annual event, we organize the celebration of different Fiep awards, which look to award the personalities with an important impact on physical and sport education development on a national and international level. We will also keep going with the Fieps New Leaders program that has been implemented 2015 in Rabat, Morocco, with an intention to enable prominent young scholars to interact with the broader scientific community. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, Let me wish all the participants to gain new knowledge, to get practical experience, and to create and develop new friendships. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dario Novak, President of Fieps Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a short music break. So let's salute the horse of Basic Music School, Metodi Patše from Ohrid. Welcome. These youngsters on the chorus of Basic Music School, Metodi Patše, and their teacher, for all, maybe you don't know about Toše Projevski. He was the best Macedonian singer, not only Macedonian. You have to check out, this is one of very emotional song that speaks a lot. You can ask on the internet for Toše Projevski and their songs. So thank you very much. Once more, applause for them. Now I will invite the Mayor of Ohrid, Mr. Kirill Petsakov, to have a speech for, in the name of the host of the city of Ohrid in this grand event. Welcome.
Почитувана председателка на Македонија, Гордана Силјановска-Давкова, почитувани присутни, ценети гости, дами и господа. Како поранешен спортист и голем поддржувач на спортот и како градоначалник на Охрид, особено сум горд што нашиот град е домакин на еден ваков голем научен собир од областа на физичкото образование, спортот и рекреацијата. Почестени сме што имаме можност да ги огостиме сите врвни спортски педагози и експерти кои се тука за да ги поделат последните научни достигнувања со фокус на физичкото образование. Се надевам дека во текот на следните 3 дена од овде ќе произлезат значајни истражувања, податоци и научни заклучоци за актуелните предизвици, како и насоки за изнаоѓање на соодветни решенија. Во денешниот свет, кој се менува со голема брзина и каде што доминира технологијата, физичкото образование и спортот добиваат една клучна улога во развивањето на децата. Затоа, треба сите заедно да придонесеме за поголема застапеност на часовите по физичко образование во рамки на наставните програми, да стимулираме развој на училишните спортски лиги, да ги поддржиме локалните спортски клубови, младите спортисти и да инвестираме во спортската инфраструктура. Секако, тука е и континуираната поддршка на различни спортски манифестации и креирањето на нови спортски содржини. Во таа насока, нашиот град веќе прераснува во еден позитивен пример за поширокиот регион, бидејќи започнавме на вистина сериозно да работиме на неколку важни проекти за промоција на спортот. Особено е значајно тоа што во овие активности успеавме да обединиме многу спортски чинители. Го привлековме вниманието на меѓународната спортска јавност и секако дадовме еден позитивен стимул и на туристичкиот сектор. Почитувани, Охрид е скапоцен бисер не само за Македонија, туку и за целиот свет. Па затоа неговото природно и културно богатство е под закрила на УНЕСКО. Ова е место една жива разгледница, а вистинска привилегија е можноста да се доживеат сите негови убавини. Како гостопримливи домакини, ве покануваме вашиот престој тука да го искористите за посета на впечатливите културни знаменитости и да уживате во сите природни богатства. Ви благодарам.
Thank you to Mayor of City of Ohrid. And now, dear ladies and gentlemen, I will ask Macedonian President Gordana Siljanovska-Davkova, who I will invite to the stage to address you and to open this great significant scientific event for open.
Fortunately, I was born in Ohrid, and it's nice to be here. Indeed, my speech will be in Macedonian. But at the very beginning, I would like also to say welcome to all of you. I am honored to be here. I wish you fruitful work and special thanks for my sweetest cherished from Ohrid, from Metodi Patchev. They sing as nice as the birds do that. Почитувани присутни, дами и господа, задоволство ми е да ви посакам добре дојде во Охрид, во македонската духовна, културна, но и спортска престолнина. Овде, пред 70 години, започна да се одржува Охридскиот пливачки маратон. На бреговите на Охридското езеро се родени великаните на македонското пливање, Нико Нестор и Атина Бојаджи, првите македонски пливачи кои пред повеќе од половина век го препливаа Ла Манш. Од тука Нема посимволично место од Охрид за одржување на Европскиот конгрес на Меѓународната федерација за физичко образование и спорт, Фиепс. Физичката активност е една од најважните работи за одржување и унапредување не само на физичкото, туку и на менталното здравје на луѓето. Спортувањето, убедена сум дека превенира многу непреносливи болести, ги унапредува когнитивните способности, го подобрува сонот и ги намалува можностите од анксиозност, опасностите од анксиозност и депресија. Но и покрај овие очигледни придобивки, според проценката на ОЕЦД и на Светската здравствена организација, дури третина од возрастното европско население не е доволно физички активно. Тоа може да резултира со над 11 милиони нови случаи на непреносливи болести до 2050 година и огромен буџетски товар врз здравствениот и социјалниот систем на секоја држава. Причини за ваквата загрижувачка состојба има повеќе. Физичката активност, која во минатото беше составен дел од секојдневието, денес е на маргините на животот. Заради современиот начин на работа и на живот, се повеќе луѓе, вклучително и младите, се фатени во мрежата на телевизиските и компјутерските екрани, социјалните медиуми и брзата храна. Како да излеземе од оваа надолна спирала? Одговорот лежи, како што веќе чувме, во холистичкиот пристап кон физичката активност и кон спортот. Во практиката тоа значи да им се помогне на луѓето да развијат здрави навики и да водат физички активни животи. Спортот може да биде училиште на животот, преку кое децата и младите луѓе ќе учат за олимписките вредности, за другарството, за самодовербата, за фер играта и за прифаќањето на различностите. Постарите пак ќе може да водат, како мене, да водат здрав и исполнет живот, одржувајќи ја својата физичка кондиција, независно од возраста. Верувам дека вие, учесниците на Европскиот конгрес, со вашата експертиза и со искуството можете да придонесете за развивање на добри политики на физичко образование. А токму со такви холистички политики ќе градиме поздрави, поактивни и поинклузивни општества, чии членови ќе се надпреваруваат во успесите. Со тоа, на самиот крај, им честитам на организаторите и ви посакувам успешен конгрес.
Thank you once again to Macedonian President Gordana Siljanovska-Davkova. For the end of this opening ceremony, we will have another music performance. We will invite dancers and karate competitors to have demonstration of their skills here in front of you. And for your information, after that, in a few minutes, this conference will start officially with the plenary session and will take place in several rooms. So let's salute once again to the dancers and karate performer for the end of this opening ceremony. Thank you once again. And for the end of this ceremony, double concert of Bach. We have violina and attractive performance one for youngsters from Ohrid also. Please salute them.
sports goes together is the best combination. So it was the last part of the opening ceremony of the 18th Fiepse European Congress and 6th Scientific Conference, Rpeš. So, thank you very much for your presence, and we wish you successful work, a pleasant stay in beautiful city of Ohrid in the next few days. Thank you once again.
For all participants, once more information that in a few minutes we are starting with official program. So please stay if you are here for the Congress and for the conference, please. научната програма. So, information for everyone. Please stand on your seats because soon we'll start the first presentation of the Congress and conference. Thank you.
Почитувани колеги, ќе ве замолам ако може да се вратиме на местото и да започнеме со официјалната научна програма. После. Ќе ве замолам, dear colleagues, I would like to please you to take your seats and we need to start with the first keynote speaker. Once again, can I please you to take your seats so we can start with the presentations? Zoki? Гордан, ај нека затворат вратата позади. Каде? Вратата нека ја затворат. Почитувани колеги, уште еднаш ќе ве замолам ако може да седнете на вашите места и да започнеме со презентацијата на keynote спикерот. Thank you very much. We are aware that having a president here is a big event, but we also need to be here for the conference and for the scientific presentations. So now we're going to start with the part that we are actually here. And it's my great pleasure to invite the first keynote speaker that is going to present today and open the scientific part of the conference. So it's my great pleasure to invite Professor Fatma Nesha Sahin from Ankara University Faculty of Sports Science. Professor Sahin is going to speak on the topic Breaking the Silence, Female Athletes and the Underestimated Dangers of Energy Deficiency. Professor Sahin, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, I would like to welcome and thanks everyone who's here today. Before I start my presentation, I just want to submit my appreciation to Fieps delegate and special thanks to the Professor Vlatko and his organization team for this great organization and for their hospitality. In the realm of sports, athletes are celebrated for their physical appearance, physical endurance, power, and dedication. But behind all the glitz and the glamour of the podium, there are lies and little known but really critical issue, the phenomenon of energy deficiency. As an athlete, as a physical education teacher, as a coach or sports scientist, we share a common goal to unlock the full potential of athletic performance while safeguarding the health and well-being of our students and athletes. Today, I'm going to mention into an underestimated and often misunderstood aspects of athletes' health, energy deficiency in sport, or relative energy deficiency, RED-S. Oops, I should do it. Yeah. From Los Angeles Times. A star soccer player, she wants to run a little faster. She wants to play a little better. She cut down her eating, start vomiting after every meal, and 5 months later, she is hospitalized with the health consequences of eating disorder. A national class distance runner goes more than 10 years without regular menstrual cycle. And a college swimmer fractured 2 of her ribs while cohing during her asthmatics. Eating disorder, bone mineral density loss, and menstrual disorder and bone mineral density loss. 3 athletes, 3 different stories. But one thing is common. The female athlete tried. The term female athlete triad first defined in 1993 by American College of Sport Medicine. And then they redefined in 2007, and they published their second position stand. At the beginning of first recognition of this issue, they thought this is just an eating disorder and osteoporosis and loss of menstruation. But after that, in 2014, Olympic Committee, International Olympic Committee, Medical Commission redefine it and updates our knowledge about this issue. RED-S, the term of RED-S replaced the triad because nowadays, last 10 years, we understood that the consequences of eating disorder or energy deficiency is not just limited with the menstrual function or bone health. It affects almost all physiological function and psychological function of our body. And now we know that eating disorder or energy deficiency not just affect female athletes, it also affects male athletes. And the red S, the term red S, just like an umbrella term, covering both sexes. Red S refers as the impaired physiological function. And key components of red S is first, energy deficiency and impaired physiological function, performance decrements, and increased risk of injury. Energy availability is a human nutritional concept defined as differences between daily energy intake, exercise energy expenditure, and relation to fat-free mass. As in female athletes, if your energy availability is less than 30 kilocalorie per kilogram fat-free mass daily, and if a male athlete, if it's less than 25 kilocalorie, it has been proposed as a clinical threshold for energy deficiency. But sometimes athletes can experience subclinical low energy availability if they are above clinical level. Yes, energy deficiency, everything is typically begins with eating disorder. As an athlete driven by to pressure a perfect body and to excel and to maintain this body for certain physique, they may engage in restrictive eating habits or extreme dieting practice, just like anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, using laxatives, diuretics, and sometimes excess training. Who are under the risk of eating disorder or energy deficiency? First, female athletes. Sports that emphasize appearance, just like in the gymnastic, rhythmic gymnastic, or ice skating, synchronized swimming. And we know that the prevalence of eating disorder almost 5 times higher than that kind of sport, sports that emphasize physical appearance. Elite athletes has higher rate of eating disorder. And in judge sports, again, synchronized swimming, ice skating, gymnastic, that kind of sport, they have got much more prevalence of eating disorder. And sports with an overvalued belief that lower body weight will improve your performance, long distance running, all kind of endurance sports. And sports that require clothing that reveals body contour. In swimming, in gymnastic, we are using togs and swimming suits. That's why the girl athletes a bit stressed about their physical appearance. And low self-esteem. Because of family dysfunction, because of the families with eating disorder, and some mental, physical, maybe sexual abusement of athletes. And family and cultural pressure to be thin. And any of these factors may contribute to vulnerability of this problem. And of course, coaches. Some of the coaches, they only focus on success, but they don't care about the health of their athletes. Yes, amenorrhea. Eating disorder disturbs the hormonal balance in women at the highest level, very highest level, right from the central nervous system. This hormonal change occurs as a response of low energy availability, thus attempting to conserve energy for more important things, just like thermoregulation, growth, or metabolism. Amenorrhea is defined as the absence of menstruation and considered it as a red flag for energy deficiency in women. And primary amenorrhea is delay of first menstruation, delay the age of the menstruation. And the secondary amenorrhea is defined as the absence of menstruation. If a woman have regular menstruation and then cessation more than 3 months is called as a secondary amenorrhea. There is an important issue here. While non-athletes women has some menstrual irregularities or cessation if they're not pregnant, they just consult the physician and they know that there's something wrong on their body. But the female athletes, if they have some cessation or some problem in their menstrual cycle, they think it is a normal because of intense training. This information, which is absolutely wrong, but it is widely accepted between athletes and coach. This is a myth. This is a myth. If you train a lot, it's normal to cessation of your menstruation. But the fact that if your menstruation has some cessation, that means your workout is unhealthy. This is one of my study about analysis of onset of teenage age and some menstrual function of female athletes. According to our Ministry of Health, the rate of primary amenorrhea is just 1%. But according to my study, it is between 16 and 72 in athletes. And in Turkey, this 72 mean rhythmic gymnastics, but the mean is around 70%. And the rate of the secondary amenorrhea is just 2% between normal population, but according to the result of my study, is around 40%. That means almost half of the female athletes faced with menstrual irregularities once during their competition years. The energy deficiency caused the body to shut down production of several hormones necessary to make estrogen. The lack of estrogen, in turn, triggers amenorrhea. And the lack of estrogen in amenorrheic athletes, when it's combined with lack of calcium because of eating disorder, it result in loss of bone mineral density, osteoporosis. This condition is found more commonly in older women during their menopause. On the other hand, osteoporosis is not always caused by accelerated bone mineral loss in adulthood, but rather caused by not accumulating optimal bone mineral density during childhood or adolescence. During the growth, estrogen is needed for proper closing of epiphyseal plates, both in girls and boys. Also in young skeletal, estrogen deficiency leads to increased osteoclast formation, and which enhance bone resorption. We believe that, and we know that, athletes in weight-bearing sports has better bone mineral density than sedentaries, 5 to 50% better bone mineral density than sedentary females. And according to this study, these are amenorrheic. Amenorrheic means they have got a regular menstrual cycles when they're teens and during their 20s. And as you can see, their Z-scores is around +2 and 3. That means they have got a very good bone mineral density. But here, the group B, they are amenorrheic. The menarche age is on regular time, but they are amenorrheic. They have got a secondary amenorrhea during their 20s. And their bone mineral Z-score is around -1 and 2. According to ACSM, American College of Sport Medicine, this means you have osteopenia. And the group A, they are both primary amenorrhea, they have both primary amenorrhea and secondary amenorrhea. And as you can see, their Z-scores are around -2 and 3. That means they have osteoporosis when they were just 20s. When the number of missed menstrual cycle increase, bone mineral density decrease. And in this figure, again, we compare the bone mineral density of untrained and trained females. What we accepted is runners, if they have a menstrual cycle, has better bone mineral density than other group. But this result is very interesting. Amenorrheic runners, if they have got menstrual cessation, their bone mineral density is less than sedentary female. And studies about osteoporosis, recent studies, suggest that bone density loss result of female athlete triad or eating disorder or energy deficiency disorder is never regained, meaning the victim will have weaker bones and increased risk of fracture and will face with the medical consequences of energy deficiency. And these are irreversible. At the beginning of my speech, I told that International Olympic Committee redefine and rename energy deficiencies and eating disorder, because the consequences of energy deficiency is not just about menstrual function and bone health. It affects all body, function of all organism, from head to toe. Because of the vomiting behavior, tooth decay can be happen. And because of the gastric acid, there's wounds and ulcer in esophagus. And too little nutrition may stop regular bowel movement. And resting metabolic rate is reduced in order to conserve energy. And eating disorder also cause significant disorder in cardiovascular system, such as low blood pressure, palpitation, chest pain, heart rhythm disturbance can be seen in athletes have eating disorder or low energy availability. Low energy availability is commonly associated of increased bouts of illnesses, most commonly upper respiratory system. And aforementioned drive for thinness seen in athletes in competing weight classified sports, just like judo, wrestling, they have to lose rapid weight, maybe 5 or 6 times in a year. And this kind of athletes is associated with higher depressive traits and worsened ability to manage stress and higher social insecurity. That means energy deficiency not just affect physiological function of the athletes, but also psychological well-being. Energy deficiency affects almost all systems of our body. And also there's some potential performance consequences of RED-S, energy deficiency in sport. The impact of low energy availability on athletic performance is complex and multifactorial. Impaired cardiovascular function, reduced neuromuscular capacities, and diminished adaptation to training. Some athletes may be unable or unwilling to acknowledge the negative effects of low energy availability until they realize some performance problems. And prevalence of bone injury is 4 times higher in the female athletes and the male athletes who experience low energy availability. And athletes with REDS and amenorrhea demonstrating higher frequencies of upper respiratory infection symptom. For example, low energy availability was reported as the strongest predictor of illnesses in Olympic athletes before Rio Games. And they miss fourfold increased missed training time. Missed training time means lack of performance. Okay. How about the male athletes? Unlike the female athletes, in males, there is no overt external sign of energy deficiency. In female athletes, it's very easy to understand that. If there's a cessation in the menstruation, there is something wrong. But in the male athletes, we don't have that kind of sign. But however, there is an extremely limited number of studies for male athletes who have got eating disorder or low energy availability. The mechanism is almost same. Low energy availability, intentional or unintentional, leads to host health and performance consequences. Although prevalence of low bone mineral density in the male athletics is unknown, but current studies suggest that athletes with endurance sports has lower bone mineral density than other kind of athletes. Because eating disorder disturb the body energy input and output balance, they affect not a single structure in the body, the entire organism. It causes negative effects on all systems in the body. It has been nearly 50 years since first athletic amenorrhea is defined in 1970s, which evolved into female athlete triad in the 1990s as a researcher understood more of the etiological change in the female athletes' health and sports training. In the last 10 years, the scientific community has recognized that the triad approach to examining this issue was too narrow in focus. Hence, the recognition of the broader concepts of REDS. The consequences and the developing of low energy availability and REDS compromise training adaptation, performance capacities, and many facets of the health in athletes, particularly among females. This can curtail an athlete's career and livelihood. These consequences indicate prevention has to be a paramount approach for all individuals working with athletes, especially the young athletes, student athletes. The keys to prevention are increased awareness and sensitivity to this condition. An athlete support team must recognize the behavior and action that increase low energy availability and symptomology of REDS. In this way, we can allow athletes to reach their full potential in sport and assure their health and well-being during their competition and beyond. Ignoring the signs of relative energy deficiency in sport lead to long-term consequences on the athlete health, performance, and even career longevity. Thank you for your attention. I'm on time.
Yes.
You make me stress. 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Already on time. So thank you very much for your presentation and for interesting findings. Now I would ask if someone has some questions or maybe some comments to the presentation of Professor Neša. Da li imate prašanja? Може би коментар? Any questions?
I think everything is clear, huh? You get everything, okay?
Thank you very much. Can I ask one question, maybe?
Of course.
How can we...
I was one of these athletes, by the way.
Okay.
I was a female. I used to have a female athlete, right?
Yes, so my question was, how can we educate coaches to help female athletes? No?
No, we can't. We try to educate them because
Maybe on the phone.
coaches always, okay. We cannot educate the coaches. Maybe we can educate physical educators. They are much more important because they are very close working with the young athletes. But the coaches, they just focus on performance and success. They doesn't care any health consequences of the athletes.
So can we
I'm
maybe
sure
do-
that all of us face with that kind of coaches during our, athletic years.
Can we maybe do something with physical education teachers, parents,
Yes.
and female athletes?
Yes, and for physical education teacher, maybe most of them doesn't know that kind of problems, and most of the families, they don't know the effects of the low energy availability. We need to make some courses and some documents for them in order to improve their awareness about this issue.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
Last
you.
chance for questions. Yes, we have one question.
Yeah, thank you for your interesting talk. My question is about male athletes. How can you differentiate overtraining syndrome and red? Yeah, but from a practical point of view. Because from a practical point of view, how can you distinguish overtraining syndrome and red in male athletes? Because it's not easy to make a blood sampling every morning.
Most of them, we cannot find that kind of sign for the male athletes. If they feel some decreasement in their performance, it could be a low energy deficiency and increased risk of stress fractures. Most of the male athletes who has low energy availability is faced with stress fractures. This is the only sign.
Yeah, so it's easy to understand that it's much more difficult in male athletes than in female athletes. Because obviously loss of menstruation is one sign, not the only one, for red S. But for the male, obviously you might be confused with overtraining syndrome that will induce a decrease in performance as for the red S, but it's not exactly the same mechanisms. That's why I'm pointing out that it's a critical point. Very often we believe that red S, as you clearly explained, is for female athletes, but it's also more and more in male. For example, it has been shown in a Nordic ski jumper in Finland, or in cyclists, in the climber, who are very, very lean because they want to improve their body weight ratio. And you might find osteoporosis in male. That was something that we did not figure out as it is for the women. Thank you anyway.
Thank you also for your contribution.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Nesho, once again.
I think done.
Okay, so in terms of time, and we will stay here, and we will have one active break in between, and then we will start the session with the invited speakers. So I would invite you all to stand up. Not leave, but just stand up. So this is a little break until the invited speaker prepare themselves. So when I say one, you will all stand on one leg. For me, it's a little bit difficult. When I say two, you should clap twice. When I say three, you should sit on your chair. And when I say four, you should turn around for 360 degrees, okay? Are we okay? Okay, let's start. One. Stand on one leg. Two. Three. Sit. Sit down. Four. Turn around. Okay, that's good. Let's try once again. One. Two. Three. Four. I will change now. It's going to be faster, and I will change the numbers. Will be okay? Okay, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 4, 3, 1, 2, 4, 2, 3, 1, and 1 long 2. So, you were great, so thank you very much. So now I will please you to sit again. And I will invite Professor Goran Nikovski and Professor Ilya Klincharov, and I will be here as well, to start the session of the invited speakers. So please take your seat and we'll continue with the session of invited speakers. Okay, thank you very much once again. And now we'll continue with the session of invited speakers. So I would like to please you to take your seat and to invite Dr. Burisic from Croatian Ministry, I think. And the topic will be new systematic changes and approaches to physical education in compulsory education in Croatia, a national reform primary school as whole day school, a balanced, fair, efficient and sustainable educational system. So I would invite Dr. Burisic to come on the stage.
Good afternoon and hello to everyone. My name is Josip Burisic. I'm coming from Croatia. I'm full professor, not in kinesiology, but in psychology. And I'm speaking here on behalf of my colleagues and my dear friends. And we are working together with one really big, important educational reform in Croatia. And this is now, at the moment, actually the hugest educational reform in terms of including schools, but also in terms in infrastructural and financial improvement. My co-author are Professor Mario Bajic. Mario is here. He is Dean of Faculty of Physical Education at University of Zagreb, and this is the biggest faculty for kinesiology education in Croatia. And here is also my co-author, Professor Goran Leko. He is this charming professor who is the president of Croatian Association for Physical Education and Teacher and Improvement and so on. What we done, or we are still working, I'm quite sure that many elements of that are on list of your wishes. And I'm quite sure that you have really strong and really deep connection with your educational system. And in educational system, many of you are working on university, but university is actually the last step of physical education, mostly targeted to training of future physical education specialists. And all sources or challenges, all tasks are targeted to primary education. Mogu vas zamolim samo da budete tiho. Ja sam inače profesor i ne smeta mi kad pričate. Hvala vam puno. Sorry, I asked them to be quiet. And I say I am professor, and do you know there should be some requirements for speaking. In primary education, starting everything, and in primary education, all the processes which are continued through the rest of educational levels are starting in primary education. In that sense, the primary education is under special care of every state, every country, and every system is interested to improve the primary education. In Croatia, in last 30 years, since we have the independence, we invest really a lot in primary education. Yeah. We improved a lot of things, and still all those activities we faced a lot of challenges up to date. I'm not going to speak from your domain, still I'm working with your domain and within your domain, but do you know, it's quite challenging, or one big paradox, that for example in Croatia, we faced the most challenge with, for example, obesity among the children. Do you know where? In Dalmatia, in Mediterranean part, not in continental part of Croatia, where every single children eat a little bit not so healthy food. This is the continental part. And we are speaking about so-called Mediterranean eating habits and so on. And all national statistics demonstrate quite clearly in the last 10 years that the children in Mediterranean part of Croatia are obese. They have a lot of kilos and so on. What to do? Secondly, we have clear statistics, for example, that before the COVID, almost 80% of children were included in some extracurricular sport activities. They are members in some local sports clubs and so on. And now, after the COVID, this number significantly decreased. Now it's, I don't know, up to 20% of children are included in some sport activities. And this is the consequence of COVID. Then, I can speak now from my psychological perspective. We have, still I'm fan of technology, I'm not somebody who speaks against technology, but we should take the measures to adapt our school, our educational system to all consequences of technologies. Do you know, the children are sitting, they are playing with all devices. All devices influence all part of cognitive processing, of focus, of attention, of emotional regulation, everything. And then children are playing on such devices. They are coming in the third class or something like that. There is a little bit old in-class teacher. And the main request for them is, please sit down, please be quiet, please follow, please, I don't know, repeat what I am saying. Do you know how it looks like from psychological perspective? It looks like somebody drive you half an hour in some Ferrari, and after that bring you in some old cars from 70s, and still say to you, you should enjoy now in an old car. Dear colleagues, this happens today in this school. And children, they are not the children from last 5 years or 10 years. Those are the children who live in current world. What we are speaking that we always hiddenly expect that the children will be changed. No, there is no change. Those, and another reason, are a big reason which we faced, and we wanted to introduce new schools. This school is called all-day school. And we introduced in Croatia now, is in phase of piloting, the all-day school. That means not the all-day teaching. This is this is really important. difference. We are speaking about the whole day school, not about the whole day teaching. Nobody will introduce in the school that the children are sitting all the days. But if we are in position to introduce different program in the school and to get children to be there, to organize a lot of physical activities, a lot of possibility for children to play, to move, to communicate, to have new possibilities, and so on, then we will succeed. It's better for parents, it's better for children to be in such organized and structured educational and another processes than to be at home, sit there, play on some devices in a way that the parents are coming from work. This new reform is called Whole-Day School Reform. And we posted there 4 or 5 important goals. Many of those goals are not so important for you, but we want to our children have better school outcomes and school achievement. The OECD literacy is really good way of measuring it, and our way is to improve it. We are quite clear that this is not simple task. Do you know, the Germany invests more than 20 years to increase their average students' OECD results. 20 years, one Germany. But we are striving for that. I don't have the time to explain everything, but in achieving better results, we want to introduce physical education as well. If there is any possibility for teacher in mathematics to use science of physical education, to use movements, to teach, I don't know, vectors, and to teach students in physics and mathematics vectors on school playground, they should do this. Instead, the children are sitting. That means in achieving better achievement in all school subjects, physical education play very important roles. How we will achieve it? With cooperation with Faculty of Physical Education, with cooperation with all teacher. I'm quite sure this will be a very challenging task, but I'm sure we will succeed this in next decade or something like that. Second important goal is to reduce differences. I'm quite sure in all educational system and countries which are coming you also, there are big, huge differences. School is not the place which offer equal opportunities to all. In most countries, children who are coming from low-educated families, from rural communities and so on, they don't have the same chance. And one of the ways to improve their results is to provide them more content in the school. If the schools delegate their function to the parents, such educational policy just reproduced so-called social differences from one generation to next generation. The third important goal is to modernize school. We want all new methodological and methodical methods in all type of subject. That means school should be good, efficient, teaching should be targeted to students. There should be more play. There should be more sport, more fun, more social connection, and so on. Fourth goal is to improve well-being. What is the better way to improve students' well-being than to provide them more sports? And the last goals is to introduce new way and new professional possibilities for all teachers, especially for physical education teachers. Here is this model of the school. I'm quite sure you are so not interesting for the model because this is the general model. If you are interesting, I can explain you through this conference here. And we are now in the phase of piloting for 2027. After that, we will be ready to introduce this model in whole educational system. We invest more, at the moment, more than 3 billion euro in such story. And I'm quite sure this will be really with good results. Just in last minutes, because this my colleague, she looks like very friendly, but very strange, very, very formal. It's regarding to physical education. What we do in this subject, in this area. We increased the number of regular physical education lessons from 2 up to 3 per week. This is first. Secondly, we started to be one of the our first European country where physical education teacher will teach physical education. And we skip the in-class teacher from physical education and we put the physical education teacher in all classes. Of course, this was so big reaction for 40,000 in-class teachers. They say who we are, what we are going to do, and so on. The third, we introduced many changes. We introduced a so-called break during the day, up to 25 minutes, like the colleagues just started to make some exercises with you. We will make it every day in the school. So we introduced many extracurricular activities for each student, and everything is paid by state. All type of sports club, everyone can come to the school, organize everything, and everything is paid by the state. That means there is no need that the parents, after the school, spend the time and travel with the children. Everything what is possible to organize in the school is organized. There is many other things. After 4 years, we will test and based on the results, how this is effective. We expect that it will be effective and that the new Croatian primary school will start it with much, much more physical education. Thank you a lot. Thank you, colleagues. 1 minute more. And thank again for Mario and Professor Lado for help, and we will, as a ministry, continue to work and have very successful cooperation with our physical education faculty in Croatia. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go with the question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Buristic. Also, great thanks to the colleagues from the Faculty of Kinesiology in Zagreb for this great presentation. If there are any questions, or please.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for this informative speak. Just my question is, what is the protocol you're going to use in the piloting this study in terms of measurement? So what are you intending exactly to measure? I mean, are you going to measure the knowledge of these kids or the motor ability, or what exactly you are intending to measure? Thank you.
Thank you a lot. We have, like in many countries, we have the so-called National Center for External Evaluation. They have the right, public right by the state to make all evaluation in Croatia. And they are employed to evaluation of this piloting. What they are measuring, they are measuring the typical school outcomes. In addition, they follow the all aspects of all include stakeholders, of children, of parents, of teachers, and so on. And they measured the so-called exact numbers and everything, but so in addition also so-called soft measures. How do you feel? Do you feel this? And so on. And there is also discussion. I discuss a lot of this with Mario. We cannot expect that in 4 years of piloting the average weight of the children will be decreased 7 kilos. Yeah, this is not possible in so short term. So the outcome of piloting is not based only of such long-term goals. Yeah. But long-term goals is, for example, to increase number of hours that the students participate in exercising, to decrease the weights and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to take 2 minutes, if it is possible, to emphasize a few things in this great revolution of physical education in Croatia. I would like to say, as a dean of the faculty and in the name of the next other 2 faculties of kinesiology in Croatia, we have never this revolution in the physical education space in Croatia. Professor didn't maybe emphasize all these aspects. We put that in the abstract, but I should like to say that in front of you. They say we have three classes of physical education. That is normal, I think, for you also. But they put 25% of all classes in B part of the program should be also connected with physical education. So we get to the number of each day will be some kind of organized sport or physical education classes. He also emphasized that kinesiologists come in primary schools from the 1st to the 4th classes. We never had that. There was not there kinesiologists. They organized that we will in next 3 years, the school will need 1,500 kinesiologists, which will start to work in primary schools. You know which kind of this revolution is, and how important is that for the health, for the sports, and for all this quality of life of these kids also. Also, I would like to say they support us very much in part of put it in the diary. Okay.
Record, yeah, official school record, yeah.
Yeah, in school diary, which is digital, and the physical educator will put anthropological status in official diary of the kids, of all kids in Croatia. So that can be in the future connected, of course, that is the numbers, the measures of height, body weight, body mass index, and coordination, explosive strength, and others, which can be connected with public health, and which can be also connected in the future with sports and other things. So this is really, really a great revolution. And also in finance, the government give, that is, we never had such a amount of money which go to the sport halls, you know. Professors speak about changing that all schools should have the same quality, and you know many schools don't have sport objects, so the government put a lot of money to build sport halls in many places, and we changed the normatives for that and organized that every schools can have minimum standard of sport objects. So that is really, really revolution, and we wish to ministry and support them a lot because we think really that we go in good direction, because unfortunately Croatian kids now are on the first place on the obesity, you know. We are not good in that. We are together here that is don't see, but we have really great problem in Croatia with obesity. So we think that is very, very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario. Colleagues wanted to ask.
Considering the time, one more question.
Actually, the question was, my question was answered by the previous colleague, but I would like you to let us know who is introducing this WFS DS program, and if you like to repeat the amount of funds that are provided from the government, that might be interest for some of our representatives to hear. So we are tending to be closer to European Union, and it's good to know where we should go and from whom we can learn and improve our educational system as well. Thank you.
I didn't hear first part of the question, but second, regarding the money, I got it.
The important part has been already answered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then excellent. Regarding money, I spoke around the monies in this all piloting and everything and preparation program is around 3 billion euros. And in addition, for example, in that amount is not the money which will be paid by a state budget for new 1,500, 600 physical education teacher. Yeah, this is in addition. Actually, the government decided now is the moment to change something, yeah. And we invest the money in that and expect what I said, yeah, because I'm a scientist, yeah. And to expect, for example, in next 10, 15 years to see really first efficient results, yeah. This is not possible to do in 1 to 3 years, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will continue with the second invited speaker, and I would like to invite Professor Demirhan from Hacettepe University from Ankara, Turkey, to speak about the acculturation process of human movement and its dance with our brain, a holistic perspective. Professor Demirhan, your floor is yours. And I would also like to ask invited speakers to keep the 15 minutes time, so we will have 5 more minutes for questions and answers, so we can keep the program. Thank you.
But first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee, but especially Professors Vlatko, Marjan, also Biljana, also Fieps management in Europe and in the world. Thank you so much again. You are going well, really, as a Fieps. Not a Fieps, Fieps, right? But we started to interested in physical education and school sports, not only physical education right now. Thank you.
Sorry for the technical issues, we will just ask. Maybe another active break in between.
Okay, no problem. I am trying to give some information about the presentation. But I am coming from the Hacettepe University in Ankara, Turkey. And my university is one of the biggest universities in Turkey. We especially focused on the medicine and health sciences. I will share some study results coming from the schools. I will focus on the two paradigms, the relationship between physical activity and brain functions and academic achievement, but also relationship between the brain breaks. As you know, the brain breaks is a new paradigm for the active physical activity in the world. We have the two study results about this. I'm trying to give some information about this study. But you are lucky there that as the Northern Macedonian people, your president is academics, really. Okay.
Just a second.
Why not at the new brain break activity? Santa Viljana? Yeah. It's a good opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
It was needed my intervention.
Can I start? Yes. Yeah, okay.
Yes, you can.
That's the time management. Okay. All right. Thank you so much again. My presentation title is the acculturation process of human movement and its dance with our brain, the holistic perspective. What did this said? But Turkey, my university is located in Ankara. We have two main campuses. So that this is the Sahia campus is located in city center. My faculty is in this campus, Beytepe campus. But I will share with you, but of course, something, but I don't want to teach something. I am trying to share something that Socrates, he says, but I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make them think. I hope that you will think at the end of the presentation. But this is the presentation flow, and of course you can see my presentation keywords. But everybody knows the evolutionary growth of the brain. The colleague from the Croatia would mentioned about revelation. I will mention about the evolution, because if we know the human evolution characteristic, whether we can solve some human movement problems effectively, I think that this is my idea. What are the delicate functions of the fingers, with the development of the cerebellum and with the motor cortex, and there are many powerful relationships between them, and as we know, with the development of the cerebellum and the motor cortex, they follow the independent and asymmetric movement of the hands. Especially anthropologists, they are interested in these. So after this, the increased leg length after the revelation, you can see the human movement history. What is something that, for example, we know that with the major Homo advances, they can categorize the three with the subtitle, with the mouth development, brain size, and bipedalism. And bipedalism is directly related to hunting. That we can learn many things with the human hunting. So this is the bipedal person, and we can say that the bipedalism is the physiological adaptation, not only anatomical adaptation. And we can say that the relation to the hands, freed from the movement system, have also been enriched by the emergence of new forms of gesture and expression. So, but it is known that the overlapping the neural networks are activated whether a person is moving, planning to move, or thinking that someone else is moving. Because of this, there is a big relationship between our regular exercise, regular movement, and our brain functions, and there's also strong relationship between brain functions, cognitive functions, and students' academic achievements. We know when the moving increases access to oxygen and nutrients, increase the blood flow between tissues, more tissues are nourished, toxic waste is expelled. It is like sugar for our cognition according to Medina. But these are very important for us. But attention, improved processing, storage, retrieval of information, increased positive behavior, the coping with difficulties, and reduce feelings, stress, pain, anxiety, and depression. Because of these, the regular physical activity is important for the especially early childhood and elementary school children. What you can see some other relations in this slide. For example, physical activity, but it affects indirectly academic achievement, but also physiological changing is the same. But there is the good relation between the cognitive functions and academic achievement. Academic achievement means academic self-concept, for example, physical and mental health increase, but the cognitive capacity, our gain score, etc. Well, according to literature, the regular physical activity would increase the physical activity level, physical fitness level, physical activity-based brain breaks level, but also physical activity brain breaks would improve our academic achievement level. What we will see from the results, with the study results. But the studies have shown that the physical activity breaks given during classes to fulfill the task, the increased attention, has been shown positive effect academic achievements. Especially we are interested in the aerobics-based break. But I am not interested in what only education and science, but I am mostly interested in what the mountaineering and mountain tour skis. I wanted to show some pictures. But the aim of this presentation is to examine mental function, especially academic achievement. I will share especially about the academic achievement and they connect to the acculturation process of home environment. Other study one is related to physical activity-based brain breaks. This is the method of the study, a single group experimental study. A single group pre-test, post-test experimental design was used within this study, where the students live in dormitory school, where the 24 hours, where their behaviors are under control. This is the research group, where we have it 100, so the 27 students. These are the data collection tools that the Minister of National Equation Comprehension tests we have in Turkey. We use these tests, demographic information form, physical activity-based brain breaks implementation, and follow-up schedules, collection tools. We prepare this one, but this is the data collection process. It is the pre-implementation session and research process session, also post-implementation. How did I, or the supply and implement of the brain breaks videos, whether we investigated, whether on the internet, and whether we choose the 48 videos, so that these videos, but liked by the students were elevated to be used more, provided that each video was used at least once. But this is an example, but can you, but in a short time, only 20 seconds. Yeah, but one of the videos, this is the brain break videos, so the students, but they follow these movements in the classroom, in academic lessons. But I like this. Okay, thank you so much. But we use normally test and then one-way ANOVA and post-hoc tests. But for analyzing, this is the result that we found. Only are the two significant on the math course. Also, this is very interesting, the religious culture and moral knowledge course. But really, these results, they are very interesting. We know many research results about math classes, math students, but what we don't have, this kind of results about religious culture and moral knowledge. Our comment is, about these results, they can be this. The math and religious class are, these courses are more abstract course. But maybe this is my comment. Because another, the courses, the Turkish science and languages, like English, for example, are the concrete courses. But this is the discussion that there are some similar research results in the literature, for example, from the Australia, 2019, USA, also two research results that you can see the results. For example, the increased within math score, also math performance from another the research, okay, increased reading, writing, maths. But this is the suggestion that there can be organized many new studies about this. For example, a mixed design research will be used. But another one is the effect of physical activity-based brain breaks on achievement can be done to make the student participate more willingly in the breaks. Some pictures from the mountain. The study two is relations between physical activity level, health-related fitness, academic achievement, and academic self-concept. That you can find many research results about this in the literature. This is the research group that we had 1,047 students. These are the data collection tools. We have many, but also we used the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test and the Shaparov-Wilk for normality, also Pearson correlation coefficient to correlate. This is the normality tests. And also you can see the descriptive statistic of the students, but here, but I cannot see it clearly, probably you can do. And the Pearson correlation analysis between students' physical activity level, academic achievement, and academic self-concept. So you can see the positive correlation, also this one, but only for academic achievement. But also you can see some research results about the Pearson correlation analysis between student fitness parameters and academic achievement and academic self-concepts. But as a result, I can say that a weak positive correlation was found between the students' physical activity level and both academic achievement score and academic self-concept. In addition, while a positive relation was observed between health-related fitness parameters and academic achievement, but the research suggests that the physical activities are effective in controlling and improving cognitive, affective, and psychomotor behaviors and can be used to increase the learning. We know there are already many research results in the literature, especially about socioeconomic status. Yeah, related to to socio-economic status, and we have some suggestions. It can be said that creating extra physical activity opportunities in the school environment and allocated more time for physical activities will not negatively affect children's academic achievement. That we have to concrete the families where school management especially. Yeah, but you can only 1 minute, please. So we collected the more data. We had a project. One of the researches we are making with Drosophila melanogaster with the evolutionary research group. But this is very important for us. The second one is the very big project. The total of the 8,000, that's 60 data we collected. And these were the 4,600 academic achievement data we have. This is the Drosophila brain. We will have many interesting data, I hope, in future. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Demirhan. If there are any questions or comment, please. I would say only a few words. Thank you for the great presentation you have and results from your survey which you have presented to us. Thank you one more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's interesting that we have also the data for the effectiveness of active breaks. So that means that we should apply them more often. Now we are continue with the third invited speaker, and I would invite Professor Damir Knjaz from the Faculty of Kinesiology, University of Zagreb, Croatia, to speak about biological age, glucose, and physical activity. We hope the technology will be working now. We are near the lake, so everything needs to be pushed a little bit.
Don't worry, don't worry. Hello? It was working 2 hours ago, so I hope it will work. Again.
Time for another active break.
Maybe you have to walk and fix the things like last time. I mean, for Professor.
If that works, yes.
Okay, here we go.
When you just mentioned me, so it's working.
Okay, thank you so much. So it's really honor and pleasure to be here in this beautiful place. Ohrid, my name is Damir Knjaz. I'm the professor at the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Kinesiology, and in Beijing Sport University in China. Today I would like to talk something about one big project that's going on right now in Croatia, and it's connected with biological age and physical activity. Maybe? Thank you so much. Okay, it's working. So this is some facts that you already know. So every year we're trying to live longer, and of course the medicine and everything dedicated to that, trying to reach some level of chronological age. Population is getting older and older, and we are talking about chronological age. That means every year you will celebrate the new birthday. But the question is it really your age? Think about your age right now. Probably you are between 40, 50, 60, some youngers, maybe 20, 25. But 90% of you are wrong. Actually, that is not your real age. When we're talking about biological age, this is something completely different. Chronological age is, of course, as I said, connected with your date of birth. But when we are talking about biological age, it's connected with your body. How really old you are. What is your quality of life? How long you will live. Will you be very old when you are 70, 80, or 90? Will you reach that years? And that is something that we are very focused on. In that level, there is many roles how we can define the biological age. Today, a couple of years ago, we, towards the glycans, we find another way how to measure biological age. MIT, one very famous university, said that in next 5 years, someone connected with glycans and biological age will reach the Nobel Prize winner. We are right now in our project very far. We are competing with the United States and the China with that. Of course, their investments are much better. But right now we are top of the world connected with, we call that glycan age. That biological age connected with glycans. What is glycans? Glycans is one of the 4 fundamental building blocks of the life. Connected with proteins, they're creating our immune system. Of course, in proteins are very dedicated with our genes, so more or less we cannot change anything. But with the glycans we can, because with glycans our affect is also our lifestyle, nutrition, obesity, but also physical activity or exercise. So altogether, we design one biological age with glycans, we call it glycan age. Can you put the sound on, please? Sound.
Traditionally pictured as a smooth globe. In reality, though, it is more like a dense forest, with trees of all shapes and sizes, concealing countless unsolved mysteries. Instead of trees, this forest is made up of complex sugars, or glycans, as they are scientifically known. Simple sugars, such as glucose, are known to all of us as an important source of energy. But did you know how essential glycans are in making our cells work?
After 3 billion years of evolution, not a single life form has emerged that doesn't cover itself with a dense coat of glycans. With their branched structures, glycans are far more complex than proteins or DNA. Glycans are involved in nearly every biological process that takes place in our bodies, playing a central role in the communication between cells and the outside world. They are also involved in every major disease that afflicts mankind. The flu virus, for instance, infects us by taking advantage of specific glycans that cover the cells of our lungs. And in cases where healthy cells become cancerous, this is often accompanied by alterations in the glycan coat. These changes help cancer cells spread to other parts of the body by making them invisible to our immune system.
So, modern tool, glycan age, how really we are old. So we did many research all over the world with thousands and thousands of people. So if you are, for example, 50, possibilities that you are 35 or 70s are very normal in biological age. That means in a field of cells, how really old are you, what disease you can expect, and how you will handle that. 50% is connected with the genes. You cannot change that. But 50, 60% or 40% is connected with external factors, including physical activities. Those things you cannot change. So one term that you already know is personalized medicine, which including kinesiology as well. That means personalized kinesiology. Today, we're talking a lot with medicine people. I'm from kinesiology. But medicine people will give you the dose of some drugs when you are sick, no matter if you are physically active or not, no matter how tall you are, or depends of how weight you are. But we said, of course, if you are physically active, you have to find your personal way how to use the drugs because of effect of drugs to your body. Second thing is, what is our project all about is, can we turn the clock before it's too late about our aging? So we create a couple of projects. One of that is, how old are we? Sound, please.
How old are you? How old do you feel? And how old does your body think it is? Your true age is not defined by the number of years you've been alive. You didn't enter this world with a singular, unchanging path. You shape your path, determined by the choices you make. Your age is not a number defined by how many years you've been alive. It's defined by how you live them.
Of course, when we find out about the glycan age, we can define how old are you. And as I said, the question is, can we back the clock, turn back? Can we become younger? Chronologically, we cannot. We'll celebrate the new birthday, and we'll say, okay, now I'm 51, 52, 53, it doesn't matter. But biologically, it is possible. We can become younger. This is something about the process, how we analyze the glycan age, but I will skip that. And of course, we have a program with nutritionists, with sleep experts, with stress experts, but we are taking care about physical activity part. That means, can we, with physical activity, put the body younger, and what kind of physical activity is dedicated to certain age or certain level of biological age. So this is some facts that we are not active enough. Because of that, we have strong problems inside many areas, and more people are less active because technology offering you many options without any movement. And of course, if we can put physical activity in a pill, which is not possible, that will be the best medicine ever. So we create the glycan age. We put the people who are not physically active in the programs, in a different type of programs, and we calculate their biological age based on glycans. Finally, the results are quite good, but with still many questions around us. First, we have some inflammatory processes inside our body connected with physical activity that sometimes our body recognizes as something that that the body should fight against. So that process is in somebody taking like 6 weeks or a couple of months, someone even older. So this is not something that we know the answers from the beginning. We don't know. We are still researching. And I really hope in the future we're publishing many data. I really think in the future, when you come to the medical doctor, he will not ask you how old are you. He will take one drop of your blood in a system and tell you biologically how really you are old. And he will treat you by your biological age, not your chronological age. He will give you, kinesiologist as well, will give you your dose of training by your biological dose, biological age, not chronological age. This is the standards about the personal medicine, which including personal kinesiology, we hope in the future. So now we have another challenge. Of course, we are using thousands and thousands of people all over the world, but we are not using mouses, rats, in a laboratory. So there are many effects on different sides which affect on biological age. When we're trying to put just nutrition or just physical activity, it's very hard, it takes years. Right now our project is going on for the last 5 years, and it will take definitely next 5 years to give some really good conclusions. This is something that we start working on that. So with the glycans and biological age, maybe we can predict diabetes 5 years before any symptoms of diabetes. the question is inside our new projects is, can we with physical activity and nutrition stop that process and maybe people will not get diabetes, even if Glycan says in the next 5 years they will? So that's the new project that's right now going on inside and financially supported by the European Union. And we hope in the future, maybe we can predict and stop some process of rapid aging or rapid diseases, including diabetes. And as you know, physical activity is great prevention for diabetes type 2, of course, with more than 30%. So this is one of the diseases that we are very focused on. And we'll see. We need years and years of research and thousands of people and millions of dollars as well. But right now we are fighting. And I really think that personal medicine inside the person and also personal kinesiologist is the future, because we are not the same. All of us are very different, and approach to our development or protecting or preventions should be very individualized. Thank you very much. 15 minutes, as we said.
Thank you very much. Right on time, 1 minute earlier. Thank you. Okay, do we have some questions or maybe comments?
I don't know how old are you really. I mean, you need blood for that.
Thank you. I am Suji Chaudhary from Budapest, and because I worked long years also for business organizations in sports sector and so on, I would like to know, why did you choose, it's a very interesting and I congratulate you on this, but what implications does it have? Because we have X, Y, Z generation and the baby boomers, and we have different cultures. So it's very different in China, and it's very different in aging societies. So you were looking at people of Y generation and X generation and some baby boomers. So why didn't you look at the Z generation or the Alpha generation? Because in Hungary, for example, we introduced compulsory physical education in primary schools every day, not every week, so many years ago. So, I mean, what implication does it have, and do you have some correlation for the culture or for the generation? Thank you.
Thank you, great question. So first, glycan age cannot be measured if you are younger than 25, 30. So it's dedicated to the little bit older people, because reaction of the glycans and your immune system when you are younger, it's a little bit different. It's very hard to calculate your biological age when you are 18. So you have to have at least 25, 30 to calculate your biological age with the glycans. And right now, one research going on with the many cultures and type of physical activity, but also including the nutrition, less stress, sleeping. And I don't know the answer of your question. That research is still going on. And probably it will take years and years to give it the final answer. And in that time, the developing of the process, how we calculate that biological age without any real obstacles inside moleculars, are getting better and better. So please ask me this question in the next 5 years, and I hope I will give you the better answer.
Thank you. Is there any?
Thank you very much. Very exciting talk. My name is Tashfeen from University of the West Indies, Jamaica. I wanted to ask, what are some things which maybe people are not doing? If they do those things, they can slow the aging process for a regular people. Thank you very much.
I didn't follow your question. Can you start from the beginning? What
Yes.
can slow the process?
Yes, so for regular people, what are some of the things which they can do, and by doing those things, they can slow down their aging process? Something which is maybe they are not doing, like exercise and eating habits are quite known. Something other than that which you can shed some light, if there is anything. Thank you.
Very short answer. So there is no one answer for each person. We are totally different one. And now we are selecting, so we have men and female, we have younger and older, we have people who are really have problem with obesity and everything. So we create different programs for different of them and trying to see how we stop biological age, or did we stop the clock or even return. So I don't have the clear answer for like general answer. We put the many people in our programs, different one, but we will say definitely like informations that we already know, cardio program, 120 minutes per week, all of that are very useful. But how much is useful? And should be dedicated to some lady 50 or someone with 70, they cannot use the same program because their capacity is not the same. So we have many questions. That's why we design many programs, and so far we don't have answers to that. But I will tell you that we are fighting also with that inflammatory processes inside the body that I mentioned just shortly, that our body recognizes something that should be fight against. But physical activity is something that you attack actually your body and force your body to be moved, to be changed. And at the beginning, if your body recognizes that as a problem, then your immune system going down and actually your biological aging is going up. So people were very afraid that after 3 months, they said, I'm older than 3 months ago for 5 years because of you. I will die earlier because my life expectation, 75, 70 years, 76 years, I'm now 65, I become 70 biologically, I will die because of you. But then the body, after a couple of months or couple of weeks, find that physical activity is much better, so your immune system relaxed, and then you get benefits from your physical activity. For someone, it takes weeks. For someone, it takes months. So we have to find out why is that, but we still don't know. So I know that biological age is not perfect, but right now, it's much better than length of telomeres, and this is the best prediction right now that exists in biological age. But as I said, it's not perfect.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We could conclude it with the commenter that there is no universal recipe for younger or older person, but physical exercise is definitely that which leading us to the younger.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Yes.
Okay, let's continue with the next speaker, Mario Kasovic, professor from Faculty of Kinesiology, University of Zagreb, Croatia, with the topic, the role of gait analysis of elementary school children.
Maestro. Thank you very much. Again, thank you, the chairs, for being here at this lovely place. First of all, this presentation will not be so interesting like previous one. And why? Because 99% of us don't think about a gait on the daily basis. That's meaning that just 1% of all of us think about the gait, and of course, because they have some kind of problem. The main problem is that 99% of our parents, actually, parents don't realize the problem with the gait according to the problem that have their children, okay? This is the one, let's say, presentation about the role of the gait analysis, visualization of type of the gait analysis in elementary school that can use our kinesiologist and teacher in the elementary school, okay? We know that the gait is so complex. It's a complex biomechanical process that involves coordination movement of muscle, joints, and bones to move the body from one place to another place. It's involved a lot of systems that we have in our body, nerve system, vestibular system, proprioception system, locomotion system, and etc. Gait is fundamental ability and develops from early childhood, and it's important for actually for their daily activity. Gait analysis actually is, let's say, the tool or study and assessment of the way how the people actually walk, with the aim of understanding, diagnostic, and of course treating the problems that actually we can find in the gait. Of course, it's involved evolution gait patterns that to identify abnormalities that may be influence their actual mobility. What about primary school children? We actually start with the 5 to 6 years because children adopted in this age pattern that will maintain through their lives with small changes or minor adjustment. They can because of the gait, they can successfully participate in activity requiring higher level of coordination and balance, like skiing, gymnastics, and etc. Okay. And of course, in this period, we can find, let's say, some minor problem, and we can find through the gait, and we can, let's say, connect that problems in the gait with some problems with our children, actually health problems. Okay, what can kinesiology do? Okay, in our case, it's a visual gait analysis. We don't use any particular instrument and tools, but of course we can use regular observation. Why? Because probably we are working with the children in the physical activity programs more than probably the parents actually ever do. Okay, then recognize the patterns. Our experience, actually, kinologists, our experience to find and have the knowledge to recognize abnormality gait patterns that include, example, flat foot, knocking knees, bowing legs, rotation, over-rotation of the foot, okay, and of course, just a moment, okay, and of course, instability, and the most important, asymmetry in the gait. Okay. Further and deeply go to the gait analysis, we use standardized patterns and standardized data and protocols that can be accessed. Actually, we can find through the gaits, and of course, this is what we can see in the gait of our children. Spatio-temporal parameters, that's in the meters and the time, gait asymmetry parameters, body posture parameters, and of course, we can use for that very simple methods, very simple tools like a mobile phone, collecting the data, and of course, for detailed analysis of any aspects of the gait, document change over actual the time, okay? This is, let's say, my approach as a biomechanics in this field, okay? I use visualization for in the gait analysis. This is like a screening tools. Of course, first of all, I ask children to walk towards and away from me, and of course, looking from the sides. I'm using main line, actually, this is central axis that will give me the information of rotation, upper body and the lower part, especially in the shoulder and in the pelvis, and actually in the hip. Horizontal line for the shoulder and for the pelvis that give me information about the tilt. And of course, very important is arm position. That's meaning that range of the motion and distance from the body. This is directly will give you information if the position of arm is not in the natural position. That's meaning that this child tried to keep balance as much as possible. Knees and of course wide of the feet is directly connected with the space and of course base of the support and if it's wide, that's meaning that something is wrong with the balance in the standing position and of course in the gait. Spatio-temporal parameters, this is some of them. I will just, it's a few of them, okay? It's for much bigger presentation. We will put more of these datas, but let's just explain them. Stamp length, stride length, it's a gait cycle, stride width, and of course foot progression angles. All these parameters we can see and observe, but with visualization, of course, system and our special cameras in our lab can do that directly. Stamp length, distance from one event in the gait, usually it's heel strike, actually heel contact with the floor, to the first sequences occurrence the same with another other leg, okay? Gait cycle, distance from event in the gait, again with the heel strike, to the first sequence reappearance of the same event with the same foot. Stride width, this is the distance between heels when it is on the contact on the floor, and foot progression angle is angle to the foot relative to the imagine straight line in the gait. Actually, sorry, I don't know what happened. In the children actually path, okay? And of course, this is some of these spatial temporal, let's say, datas. And this is the step length and stride length from the, let's say, from the first grade, next five grades. You can see that the stamp length is rising in development from 48 centimeters to 63, and strain length is from 97 to 127 centimeters. Of course, these parameters is connected with the height. And because of that, we have the same normalization by the children's actually high, okay? Foot progression angle, this is the rotation of the foot. It's very important let's say, for the future, because this angle is one of, let's say, predictor and rising the probability of fall down in the seniors, especially in the women, okay? Rotation from outside, it's, let's say, minus. Rotation, actually, it's plus. Rotation inside it's minus. And of course, children in the age 4 to 16 actually, two standard deviation of average 4.2 is actually taken as a normal range of variation from -8 to 16 angle, okay? Okay, this is the asymmetry that we again we can see from the visualization of our gait of the child. We have two main phases, standing and flying phases. In the normal person, it's 63 to the stand phases and 38 for the flying phases of the same leg. Of course, if exists some of the problem, okay, this what we can see by the visualization, it can be shown in the numbers. That's meaning that children will spend less bearing the weight on the let's say leg with the pain or with some of the problem. You can see on with the red, we can see how that we decrease the standing phase to 58%, and of course rising to another leg 69%. Okay, this is some of the functional, let's say, classification of the gait and what we can find in the gait: ontology gait, unstable gait, compensative gait, uncompensated gait, and unpropulsive gait. Okay, ontology gait, lower velocity, shorter stride length, cadence is bigger, actually faster. Short stance duration, longer length, step length, shorter time, and of course wider step width. Unstable low It's stable, velocity is low, shorter stride, lower cadence, longer stance duration, step length shorter, and of course, again, wider step actually width. Compensate normal, short, fast, short, and of course, uncompensated lower, short, normal, and of course, propulsive, it's actually reduced step length, okay? What our, let's say, kinesiology can do? Of course, first of all, with information and, let's say, learning about the gait, we can develop an individualized program for each of these, our students, actually, our child in the primary school. They can prepare some programs with exercise, muscle strength exercise, balance and coordination exercise, and of course, correction exercise to improve gait and actually posture. And of course, we can integrate that kind of the program in regular program of our elementary school. This is the problem. This is the problem. Communication, our kinesiologists with the parents and with other, let's say, professions. In my research, one of the biggest problem is that parents don't realize the problem that exists in the gait that is connected with some other problems, okay? They don't know. They don't know nothing, and actually they don't try to actually find some solution for that, okay? Okay? Regular monitoring process with some let's say, instrumentation, we can regularly, let's say, monitoring the process, and of course, document the process in the term to track long-term changes with the efficiency of some intervention. We can do different intervention, and we can follow them, and of course, see it's everything okay. This is one of the, let's say, very easy and simple way how to find the problems. Just take the shoes of your kids, turn, and you will see where is the let's say, more pressure, and of course, in this case, you can throw away the shoes and buy a new one. But this type of the shoes, this problem is connected with the kinematic data, and of course, with the gait patterns, okay? Conclusion, yes, gait can be the tool for monitoring, observing the gait patterns of our children. It's very easy, very not expensive, okay? It's just visualization. We can use more techniques, more instrumentation for detailed gait analysis. And of course, it can be implemented in our education program, okay? It can be, okay? Very not expensive, very easy, and of course, very useful as a screening tool. Thank you very much.
Okay, do you have any questions or comment on this topic? Okay. Ladies first. Yes.
Thank you for presentation. I am Stefania Cazzoli from University of Torino, Italy. The question is this one. You have a data about evaluation of gait with a correlation different lifestyle of a child in this year because they didn't walk in a lifestyle. So you have data about the different evolution before and now for implementation of gait in a physical education.
First of all, my actual field of interesting is, let's say, loads by the school bag. And of course, I use, let's say, gait analysis for see what happened with locomotion system with overload. Now we have one project that is connected before school, okay, what happened before and in the school. That's our actually project to see what happened before, because sanitary type of the living is change everything. In Croatia, if I'm correct with your question, change a lot of. We have our children in the first 3 years sitting 26 days in the school, sitting 24 hours per year. In the last 8, it's 45 days. That's 1 month and half. That's huge. And of course, they use regular activity that have in the school. And of course, our goal is to find the connection between before school and in the school, if I'm actually close to okay. And of course, in the cities, because it's a problem to go in the village. It's small number of the participant, okay? It's somehow we are actually collecting the data from the cities, okay? Yes?
Okay, thank you so much.
It's not interesting. Yes, it's interesting.
I wonder this one, that is the different one. What do we measure? What are many things, and we give these results to coaches, physical education teachers, the school management, for example. But, for example, in Turkey, they mostly use these results what is sport-based, performance-based, not exercise-based. I think that the changing of their behaviors is the more important than measure some parameters. What do you think about this?
Well, we have the problem as the country because as my professor, my colleague said that we are the first one in obesity in the Europe. We have a lot of problems in that way. Type of the living is very important, okay? As example, I'm the coach in the triathlon. I'm president of Croatian Federation and president of one club. And I have the problem with my athletes there because I check everything and the results is not so good. The problem is in the screen time, as someone mentioned before, maybe you. Screen time, as professor said, that screen time is one of the problem that arises because we have training intervention, excellent, good facility, everything, but we don't have the results. Why? Because our athletes sit and take the phone and stay in front of the screen 4 hours doing nothing. Okay, that's one of the similar is like a gate, like a program that we have in our schools. If you don't have extra physical activity, the results is actually, because we have 2 hours, actually 45 minutes, 45 minutes exercising per 1 week. That's not enough.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions? Okay, thank you for your lecturing. Biljana.
Thank you very much. I would now invite the last invited speaker for today, before the lunch break, and that's Professor Sujit Chowdhury.
Yes,
okay.
from Budapest.
From the University of Physical Education in Budapest, Hungary, speaking about the challenges of ensuring sustainability and competitiveness of sport-related organizations in Central and Eastern Europe and Visegrad countries. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I think all of you are tired, so I will try to keep the time frame. It's more or less always a pleasure to come to new places, and I'm very grateful for this invitation, and I congratulate these beautiful circumstances in this country. I'm very deeply impressed. Thank you very much. I basically have been teaching for more than 10 years in sports universities, and also I am specialized in management. So I speak 6 European languages, and I have run through hundreds of organizations in business, looking at the competitiveness. And in the last 4 years, I worked for the director of the stock exchange in Prague, in Budapest, and in Warsaw, looking at sustainability. Because sustainability is also very important in the sports sector. In the sports sector, in the last 3 years, almost no one except PricewaterhouseCoopers started to speak about how the organizations who are sport-related, sport clubs, sport associations, sport manufacturing, retailing, and so on, organizations, gyms and all, will transfer. Because in the European Union, we have a directive which is called an ESG directive, so Environmental Social Governance Directive, and all organizations, including sport organizations, in January 2025, if they have at least 40 million euro turnover or more than 250 employees, have to have as ESG certification, otherwise they cannot exist. And many of them don't know this. And now it's also true that smaller organizations than this size, in 2025, 26, and 27, in 27, all organizations, sport clubs with 5 people and 10, will also have to have sustainability standards in European Union. So I'm very happy that the International Olympic Committee, after PricewaterhouseCoopers, has issued something which is supposed to show that you need in the sports sector a sustainability strategy network. So you have to look at the sourcing and the resource management, mobility, the workforce, and the climate effects in a proper way in order to become sustainable and acceptable across everything. So you need to understand how to commit yourself to be sustainable and have sustainable sourcing. I have taken the basic, the medium, and the advanced level of what has to be done in any organization in the sports sector, starting with the big ones in 2025 and then with the smaller ones after 2025, in terms of achieving the level of sustainability which will ensure their successful operation. You can see it's important that the management will understand sustainability and will be able to develop a specific sourcing strategy. On the other hand, you need a calculation of expenditure. I see many times that there are key sustainability issues, but there is no proper calculation of how the expenditure in these projects will go. Thirdly, it's also important to understand what are the risks, different kinds of risks, what is the probability of these risks to happen, and what is the impact of if they happen. So if there will be a climate change, or if there will be an environmental change, or if there will be some kind of change in the social, cultural network, or change of other kind. So what is the probability and what can you do about it? And therefore, you have to rethink what are your needs. So how can you reduce these needs or replace them or reuse them or recycle them or recover them? Because you need across the whole chain of those all actors, stakeholders, suppliers, and all those you have on the other side to understand that it has to work in a unique way. This means that you need only relevant suppliers, and you need a sourcing which is in some way more acceptable. So there are questions I organized here which you need to understand. One of them is, do you have some kind of sustainability policy or strategy? Do you have a senior manager who is understanding this? I am organizing in Poland, in Czech Republic, now courses for certified managers in sustainability, so to prepare, because a number of organizations, for example, sport manufacturers or sport retailers already have ESG and sustainability officers. And obviously, it's also a question of if you are reviewing what kind of issues you have with your employees and with the internal stakeholders. You know, it's very important to understand how you are able to apply the sustainability criteria to the background people in your organization, to the people on the front, and how to create certified systems. For a long time, we have all these ISO standards applied in Europe in the sports sector. For example, ISO 14,000 for the environment, or 18 or 21,000 for the safety. And obviously, you can have questions if you don't want to audit your organization to understand how far are you from reaching a particular level to get certified. So you need also to communicate and market your organization in a new way. You need to present that you're able to comply with sustainability targets, and you're doing it in an acceptable and prescribed way. So when we look at, for example, ethical sources policy, or code of conduct, or supplier code, or different other things which business companies already have for a long time, you need to transfer yourself. And the last thing I want to show you here is that a process began in Western Europe. I am 99% working in Central and Eastern Europe. So if you look at FC Barcelona, you can see that they have an agenda for sustainable development. And for example, they have created a number of initiatives like LED lighting, or they started to use renewable energy sources to minimize their environmental impact. So in the ESG, you know, the environmental, social, and governance, you need to be equally successful to do it. And as you see, even those who started are, like in the other business companies in manufacturing or in service, dealing a lot with the E, with the environment, but much less with the G or with the S. Many organizations in the sports sector are not enough visible or transferable in terms of transparency, you know. And obviously, you can see that in Germany, in Wolfsburg, you know, Volkswagen is in Wolfsburg, they have this professional club in Saxony, which has 75% score in corporate governance. So they started to do something. Probably you know that in Germany, you know, only German capital can own sport organizations in majority. So it's a little bit different than in Hungary or in Poland or in Czech Republic and so on. And obviously, they also emerged as a leader in climate action. So during within the German football, they have initiatives, and they have also tried, as I said, for emissions such as the reduction in 2025 for net zero level. And also, they have used the LED floodlights for offering electric vehicle charging stations. And FC Porto from Portugal has been extended beyond this and is actively engaging the fans in making a difference in wastage of foods and drinks and in boxes collection of all these particular food and wasted items. And obviously they also have a donation system, supporting system, where there is a zero hunger campaign, and they are always targeting the fans, the players, and gathered over 7,000 products for those who are in needs in 2024. So sooner or later, you have to start to think if you will be able to move in terms of sustainability, and if you are in the European Union, or if you are shortly going to join the European Union, it's very important. And don't forget that those who are far away of joining European Union relatively have contacts and have suppliers and have different kinds of audience sources in European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions or comments on this topic? Okay. You have one question.
Thank you very much for this presentation. You said that the sport association are improving a lot in terms of environment. What do you think are the challenges for the the governance? Because I come from Lebanon, it's not the European Union. A lot of problem in terms of governance. Really, it's really terrible problem. So what do you think are the challenges and how can they be addressed?
Yes, thank you very much for this very challenging question. I think I can answer only partly because all are hungry and I'm hungry too. But just to react to it in terms of the most important issue is that, you know, if we look at the transparency of governance or financial transparency of organizations in other sectors than sports sector, manufacturing, business, different industries, you know, it's much, much more head above in progress. And if you look, you know, I was also playing chess and I was an athlete and so on, you know, when I mentioned football, you know, nobody can tell me that football federations like UEFA or FIFA are transparent, because they're not. Everybody knows. And there are a number of bodies, a number of clubs which are not transparent, and it is not such a big effort to decide whether you want just to comply with the standard to get the certification, or you really want to become sustainable. The same thing happens in business. But you have at least to try to comply in transparency and in social. Social is like 12%. Environmental is 70%. And governance is about 50, 55%. It's a disaster. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. It was the last presentation. And now we have interest time for lunch.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being present here to this session of the presentation of invited speakers. Now we are having a lunch break until 3 o'clock, and then we'll continue with the second keynote speaker. So I would please you, sorry? No, we have 40 minutes for the lunch break. Yes. So a little bit fast lunch, but still we are okay. So see you in 3 o'clock here for the second keynote speaker. And after that, we'll continue with presentations in the working groups and in different forums. Thank you.
keyword speaker. This is Mr. Professor Gregory Millet from France and from University of Lausanne. Dear Professor, welcome to our country, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I would like to congratulate first the organizer, specifically Professor Dario Novak, for the invitation. It's my first time in North Macedonia, so I'm very pleased to be here. And I will share with you some data about the sex differences in sport as an exercise physiologist. I'm full professor at the University of Lausanne, and as you know, Lausanne is the Olympic capital. So we have a lot of international governing body. So you can understand that this topic is a hot topic now in sport, especially at 58 days before the opening of the Olympic in Paris, where it will be the first time ever where we will have exactly the same number of female and male athletes in the Olympic history. But I'm also an environmental physiologist, and I would like to share with you some I hope interesting data about the effect of altitude and the sex difference about mountain sports. So it's not obvious that women practice sport for a long time. As you see here, Pierre de Coubertin, and probably you know him, and I'm sure you know him, was not really positive about having women in sport. But since we didn't have any women at the first Olympic Games, already in 1900, we had the first woman Olympic champion that was in sailing. And you have here the long list of the integration of events where women are accepted. And of interest is 1928 for 800 meter, so track and field, and you have also first time in 1984, so just 40 years ago, on marathon. So it seems a long history that women can do all the different sports, but you see it's a long fight. And here it's an interesting summary of what was thought by the Olympic Committee in 1928 after the 800-meter race. And I just highlight in yellow that the IAAF, that is now World Athletics, based in Monaco, they voted to eliminate 800-meter for the women because it was thought to be too dangerous. You had a lot of medical concern about that the uterus will fall on the track and so on. That is, again, something that seems quite ridiculous now. The first Olympic champion on marathon, that's this woman, Johan Benoit Samuelson, so in 1984. And then, hopefully, you can see the rate of participation, the number of male in blue and female athletes in NCAA, the US University Championship. You can see that for the male it is quite stable, but you can see that over the decades you have more and more women. And that will create now a situation that in some big marathon, here you have New York and Chicago. On these slides you have the male-female ratio. That means, as you can see, at least for Chicago, you had more female finishing than male, but only in the young categories. And you have, let's say, the ratio is more and more with more and more male when the participants get older. You see, at the age of 50, 59, you had 3 times more male than female, while at the young age, at the 20, 29 age group, it was about the same. And it has obviously an effect. The participation of women, the rate of participation has already an effect about my main topic, that is sex difference. And you see the 10% difference in terms of marathon velocity, running velocity, is increasing up to 30 to 40% at the older age group. So when we talk about top performance, it is interesting to see where the top female athletes are located when you compare the different top age group in male. And you have the points here, the senior women that are in green on this point. You can see they have no chance to compare with top male athletes. And they compare roughly about the top under 18-year-old top athletes. So it's something you can keep in mind. It's impossible that the top female athletes can compete with the top male athletes, but roughly it's comparable with athletes, male athletes of the age of 16 to 18-year-old. Again, 400 meters, you have the top athletes, they are here. Clearly, you see that you have 100,000 male athletes who are faster than these top female athletes. So a simple rule is the 90% rule. Here you have the time and the difference in performance. It's not completely updated because especially now in distance running, it's updated almost every week. Last week, the world record in 10K has been broken by an African runner again. But you can see more or less it's a 10% difference between male and female top athletes in swimming, in sprint, and on long distance. And there are some exceptions. For example, Florence Griffiths-Jones, she ran 10:49. When you compare with the time of 9:58 of Usain Bolt, it is less than 10%. It is 5%, but probably there is some explanation, sadly, for her, who died very early. So what are the biological and physiological and anthropometrical difference that would explain this 10% difference? First of all, you have, at the puberty time, a very large increase in fat-free mass, that is mainly muscle mass in male, compared to female. And the opposite, a very large increase in fat mass in female compared to male. That has some implication, for example, in terms of the maximal oxygen consumption. You can see that the maximal oxygen consumption, when it is expressed in liters per minute, you have an increase in the male throughout the adolescence, while when it's divided by the body weight, male are increasing, are stable, about 50, while women are decreasing. So it is quite common to find VO2 max value expressed in milliliter per kilo per minute that would be higher in a girl of the age of 12 compared to the same girl at the age of 18, mainly due to the increase in fat-free mass. And no doubt that there are some physiological benefit, if we use an evolutionary perspective, some benefit for the woman to get more fat than men. And one of the reasons is obviously the sexual hormone. Here, I make it simple. For the men, you see, during the stage of puberty, at the age of 13 to 14 in the Caucasian male, it might be a bit earlier now in African runners or in African athletes, and it's becoming earlier and earlier now through the decade, probably because of some polluted environment. But you see that you have a very large increase in testosterone for the male and a very large increase in the ovarian hormone, especially estradiol for the woman. Does it mean that testosterone is the only explanation that would explain the sex difference? It's not the case, because here, even at the age of 7 to 11, so before the peak in hormone production, in testosterone production in male, you see that you have 5 to 7%. So even in the pre-pubertal young kids, on average, male children are 5 to 7%, and it's been on several events. High jump, 100, and you have the long list here. And the difference seems to be higher when you have a very strong component of strength and velocity in the sport, at least in the young age. And again, it's before the peak production of testosterone. So, in this slide, we summarize what are the main anthropometrical, like for example, bone length, muscle mass, physiological, for example, lung surface, myocard, volume and mass, VO2 max, and so on, as long as a consequence in terms of velocity, strength, jumping height, jumping length. That's the summary of what we did publish recently in Scandinavian journal Sports Medicine. That means on any component, it seems that from a body composition point of view, from a physiological point of view, for example, for the energy production pathway, or for the consequence in terms of performance, strength, velocity, endurance, there is a clear advantage in male compared to female. And I will summarize few of them. VO2 max, maximal oxygen consumption. It's been shown from the 60s that the top level athletes, male, they have above 80 milliliter per minute per kilo, while in women it is above 60, 70. And so far, the highest value ever measured in human beings, you have the number here, Kilian Jornet, I published a paper with him where we did measure 92 of VO2 max. Oskar Svensson, that was a Norwegian cyclist, and without any surprise, Marit Bjørgen, a Norwegian cross-country skier. So you have 90 for the men, 80 for the women, and again, we are about the 10% differences. So we can't relate even endurance performance only about energy production. There is another interesting difference, is a muscle fiber composition. The women, they have a larger percent, a higher percent of slow twitch fiber compared to fast twitch fibers. You can see here on vastus lateralis, you can see here on biceps, you can see here on tibialis anterior, you always have the white point above the black point. So more red fibers, oxidative fibers in women. That is to provide some data shown here. You see the percent is higher. The percent in higher of in women than men in the type 1 oxidative fiber compared to type 2. But if we don't compare the percent, but we compare the total mass, since male have a much higher muscle mass, you will have both on slow twitch and fast twitch fibers a higher volume and a higher mass in absolute value in men compared to female. And that has a direct consequence about muscle fatigability. And here, there's a good point for the woman. If I induce some muscle fatigue, for example, on this study, it was 22 seconds on maximal voluntary contraction on the biceps, you see, and it was always measured the decrease in strength. And you can see that for any contraction, over the 20 seconds, male are losing more strength than women. And the recovery was higher for the woman. So the muscle fatigability is lesser in women than in men, and it's partly due, but not only, to the fact that they have a higher percent of oxidative fibers. And if we took into account a very nice review by Sandra Hunter just published, if we took into account all the different factors that will explain this better ability to resist to muscle fatigue in women, you have the type 1 proportional area, but you have also some hemodynamic responses. For example, the microcirculatory vasodilation, the ability to produce, to have more blood on a muscle territory is larger in women. More blood means more oxygen, more substrate. You have also the fact that the muscle perfusion is improved, and so on and so on. And you have also some metabolic differences, and one of them is that women are better for the lipid oxidation. So, does it mean that since they have a lower muscle fatigue, a better resistance to fatigue, does it mean that when we measure over ultra-long running events, and here it is minutes, so 1,500 you can calculate, it's already more than 20 hours running event, and you have the UTMB, it's a Tour du Mont Blanc in Switzerland, you know, it's let's say the World Championship in ultra trail. You see that if I compare before and after knee extension, as you see on the slide, you will have a strength loss of the knee extensors that is directly related to the length of the running event. So the longer I run, the more strength loss between before and after the event, right? But you can see that at any time point, women are losing less strength than men. And I would like to come back to metabolic flexibility. Among the physiologists who are in this room, you know that an easy way to measure the oxidation of lipids versus oxidation of glucose is to use the respiratory exchange ratio. And you know also that the higher the intensity, the higher the RER. But if you use the same relative intensity, women have a lower RER. That means they are using they have a better lipid oxidation. That has direct implication about the content in free fat acids and in glucose respectively. So if I summarize, what could explain the main differences about endurance running between male and female? Let's start by the benefits for the women. We talk about a lesser muscle fatigue, a better ability to recover. We talk about a better metabolic flexibility, oxidation of lipid. We talk about the fact that they have a higher oxidative fibers percent and a higher rate of capillarization and also of mitochondrial density. If we talk about what is detrimental, we discuss VO2 max. We discuss the fact that women, they have less blood and they have a lower hemoglobin concentration and total hemoglobin mass. That means the oxygen transport capacity is lower in women. They have, oh sorry, it's in French. They have a higher fat mass and they have this muscle component, muscle mass, muscle fiber type. And of interest also is that there are some differences in the stiffness of different tendons. And you know that running economy is very clearly determined by your ability of the Achilles tendon to stretch and recoil elastic energy. But you have also a lot of other potential mechanisms. Some of them are not so different. Thermoregulation, I will speak about that. Of interest is that also the pacing is usually better in women, but the hydration is usually less good in women. So overall, you have a full picture with pros and cons, but clearly the fact that they are 10% slower, and if we take into account now the current world record in marathon, 2:00:35 by Kipren and 2:11:53 for the women, it is 9.5% difference. And this 9.5% difference are mainly due to the fact that the oxygen transport is lower and that the oxygen utilization in the muscle is also not so effective. So I put in red the main factors, and the black factors do not compensate these large differences. One way to compare if women have a better endurance than men is a study that is quite interesting. It's a big data. In this study, they found hundreds and hundreds pair of athletes where they found their time over the distance, you know, from 10 kilometers up to 275. And you see that the difference between men and women is decreasing. So the longer the event, the smaller the performance difference. So does it mean that women can be better than men in some sport? You have hundreds of events or hundreds of ultra trail race where the winner is a woman. But when you compare what is comparable, top level athletes, it's never the case. I used to joke and to say the woman who has the world record in marathon, she's faster than 4 billion of male in this on Earth. Does it mean that she's faster than the men having the world record? It's not the case. So, will women outperform men in ultra endurance events? My view is that it would never happen. So let's talk about now, if we compare male and female who have the same performance level, 42 minutes over 10 Ks, not elite level, and what's the reason they could reach the same performance level? One of them is that the women, they have to run more than the men. Than the women to do 42 minutes, they have to run more than the male. And when I did this presentation and my wife was in the room, she was telling me, yes, that's exactly what's going on also at home. Women are always doing more than men. And you have also some differences in terms of training. I don't go to the detail, but since women are training more, they have the ability to do also more high-intensity sessions. So for those of you who know about polarized training, it's likely that they will polarize their training more. Let's talk about women and men who train the same. They don't have the same performance level, but they train 55 kilometers a week. So clearly you see that for a male, he will have a better performance than a woman if he trains to the same. And if we look about the physiological responses, you see that VO2 max will be larger even if you have the same performance level or if you have the same training amount. But if I express VO2 max divided by kilo of body mass, you see that the same performance level by kilo of fat-free body mass, not of body mass, of fat-free body mass, you see that it's exactly the same value. So again, the fat mass is a very detrimental component of the sex difference between male and female. And if we look about the maximal aerobic speed, so again, that's the same that for VO2 max in kilo of body mass. Both male would have the same performance level and male who train the same have a higher value. But that means that since they have a higher maximal aerobic speed and they will do the same performance level, women are able to run at a higher percent of VO2 max, at a higher percent of the maximal aerobic speed. And that's a consequence of the better metabolic flexibility and a consequence of the different factors I did explain just before. So now the next topic is about menstrual cycle. So first you will get the Hollywood version, and after I will entertain you with my boring version. If it works.
You get it? No, I'm not a menstrual cycle. Day one, huh? First day of the menstruation. Phase. At the end of the follicular phase. Ovulation. And then the luteal phase. Okay, so that's a funny way to describe the menstrual cycle, but every woman is different, so it's a bit, it's a funny way, I would say. And now, if I can get the slides, I will discuss about this hot topic in sport. Do we have to amend, to modify the training content in amenorrheic woman, woman who has a normal menstrual cycle, based on the different phase of the menstrual cycle? So that means clearly, do we have to do something different between the follicular phase versus the luteal phase? And as you know, you have the follicular phase, the ovulation is here with a peak in LH, and you can see that in the follicular phase, you have a large increase in estrogen, while in the luteal phase, you have an increase in progesterone. And if you use the change in temperature as a contraceptive method, it's probably you have a big family. But you see that it's supposed to increase in the luteal phase. So what do we know about training differently between follicular and luteal? Estradiol can be seen as a potential inducer of anaerobic or hypertrophy. And in this study, you had women, they did strength training only in the follicular phase, versus another group, they did strength training only in the luteal phase. And you see that the strength gain is a bit larger if you do strength training in the follicular phase because of the estradiol. If we look to endurance exercise, you can see that the power is a bit higher, or the velocity for the same VO2 can be a bit higher in the follicular phase. That means your economy is better, and it is also related to a better subjective feeling. So your RPE, or rate of perceived exertion,
is lower for the same intensity in the follicular phase, as you can see here. And in terms of the economy and the ventilation, it has been shown that you have a higher ventilation, a higher VO2, that means a lower economy in the luteal versus the follicular phase. And you have the data here. One point of interest is that the possibility for the woman, and it's mainly due to the increased body temperature during the luteal phase, the ability to cope with hot and humid environmental condition. You can see here that the differences between luteal and follicular at temperate condition, the differences are higher in hot and humid condition. That's the, I can't read, but the VO2 at the given intensity, as I said, during the luteal phase, the economy is lesser. But the difference and the ability to cope with hot and humid temperature is more affected in women based on the menstrual cycle than in men, where it is more terrible. And that is, you have the data here. One other point of interest is a potential change in body mass. And you see that during menstruation and during the premenstrual day 25, 27, it's likely that you might have a higher body weight because you'll have the body is keeping more fluid. And it has a direct effect on the power-weight ratio. So, does it mean that you have to change your training content? We discussed with a lot of different coaches in Switzerland and France, and one of the issues is that not every woman has a perfect cycle. You expect a cycle 28 days, you expect the ovulation day 14th, and what you get, you expect that, and what you get is very large duration, very large difference in duration, particularly during the follicular phase and on the overall cycle. And it is even more true in young athletes, adolescents, and young women, young adults. So that means, from a practical point of view, if you are not able to determine easily, without being too intrusive, which phase you are, there's no point that you would change the program. And I'm not talking about team sports, where it's even more difficult, right? Another point is that even if I compare two successive menstrual cycles, you can see here that in VO2 max, some of them increase, some of them decrease, same for the strength. So there's a very large intra-individual variability and a very large inter-individual variability. That makes the issue very complicated for coaches. And then at that point, we are several scientists to believe that there is no evidence at that point to support changes in training content or in performance based on the menstrual cycle phases. Keep it simple. And that's a hot topic because, as I said in my introduction, first time ever in Olympic history, 50%, 50% male and female. And now I still have 5 minutes. Yeah? So I would like to talk about mountain sport. It is a topic that might be of interest for you because, sorry, it has changed. I saw that you have quite few ski resorts and you can access some moderate altitude, including in North Macedonia. So what I will talk about now can be directly applied, including in your country. And we did several reviews in a sports medicine journal about recommendation for women in mountain sport and so on. So the first question is about sex difference about altitude sickness. For long, it was thought that we can detect acute mountain sickness. Acute mountain sickness is about headache, stomach problem, fatigue. And it's something that can happen at 2,000, 2,005 meters. You don't have to go to the Mount Everest to feel. And the best way to predict the one who are prone to acute mountain sickness is a ventilatory response, what we call hypoxic ventilatory response. The second best way is about the history. Did you get AMS in a previous exposure to altitude? But it has been also shown that from a statistical point of view, female are statistically more prone to AMS than male. But this point is debated. So first, we did measure this hypoxic ventilatory response, the ability that you increase your ventilation to counterbalance the decrease in pulse saturation. That's what we called hypoxic ventilatory response. You can see here, the paper is not published, that we didn't find any significant difference. We also measure AMS. We took Italian women to the Mont Blanc. That is, as you know, the highest peak in Europe. And we didn't see any big difference in acute mountain sickness between the follicular phase and the luteal phase in these women. So that was supported by some value where you see that based on the Lake Louise questionnaire, you don't have a big difference between the one who have AMS in green and between who don't have AMS and the one who have AMS, and follicular, luteal, menopausal women and whatever, and also the different type of contraception, that hormonal contraception or different type of contraception. That means at that point, like for training content, we don't believe there is strong evidence to promote altitude expedition in a given menstrual phase for a woman. I think both between luteal and between follicular and luteal phase, you would have the same chance to reach the top of Mont Blanc. But there are some differences again and again, and one of them is some ventilatory differences. And we have in women a larger fatigue in the respiratory muscle. That is the opposite to what I did describe before. I told you the fatigability in the, let's say, lower limb muscle, the fatigability is lesser in women. For the respiratory muscle, it is higher in women. And it might have some consequence about exercise-induced hypoxemia. That means exercise-induced hypoxemia is some limitation in the diffusion here that would induce a drop in your arterial pressure of oxygen. And it is something that is observed very frequently in very world-level endurance athletes. And in that case, it is clear that women have much more exercise-induced hypoxemia than men. That will have a consequence about the ability to perform in the altitude, because since in altitude you have already a decrease in your ambient pressure, on top of that you have a larger decrease in your arterial pressure, it is very obvious that your performance can be more severely diminished in altitude if you have EIH. And then if you compare mountain sport to like the other sport, you see that the difference in mountain sport between men and women is much larger than the 10-12% I described before. 22% in ski mountaineering. That is the next Olympic event in Italy, 2026. You have cycling 9% flat, 31% uphill. You have cross-country skiing 9% flat, 17% uphill. And again and again. And here it is an interesting example, because here it's uphill. It cannot be more uphill, it's vertical. Speed climbing. And it's a very short event, it's 6-7 seconds. And you see that you will cumulate the body weight ratio and the difference in terms of the muscle fiber typology. So they have less fast twitch fibers, they have less effective body weight, power to weight ratio. That means that explains that instead of the 20% that we have in the other uphill locomotion, you have 30%. And on ultra distance, it's about the same 19%. And one final word that can be of interest, I did hear with the pleasure the President of your Republic talking about the possibility for sports to promote better healthy aging. And I will simply produce these slides. We have a large body of literature on that. It is 11 years of mortality in Austria. And again, Austria, in the Alps, almost no one lives permanently above 1,600 meters. So you have few people here and there, but you have to go to the Himalaya or to the Andes. So above 1,600. And what you can see here, you have the difference between male and female. Donc male on the left, female on the right, about mortality and incidence of the disease for cancer. And you can see that there is a relationship the higher you live, and we don't speak about living at 3,000 meters, but in Austria as in Switzerland, just a few hundred meters higher, you will reduce the incidence to get the cancer. But you will reduce, particularly in men, to a larger extent, this positive effect of permanent residence in moderate altitude is larger in mortality than on incidence. That means the fact that you get the disease is a bit diminished with the altitude of residence, but the fact that you die from this disease is diminished to a larger extent. And I don't have time to talk about that. I just remind you, for those who are interested, that the Nobel Prize in Physiology in 2019 was given to 3 colleagues. They investigated this oxygen sensing pathway, the IF1 alpha pathway, that is, as mammals, we are obviously very sensitive to the variation in oxygen supply in all our tissue. And there are some biological evidence that using moderate hypoxia can be preventive of some chronic disease. And if you're interested, come to see me after. So for those interested, we have this book coming soon. I would like to acknowledge my research group in Lausanne, and I would like to announce that the European College Sport Science, that is the second largest sports science event in the world, is in Lausanne in July 2026. So you are welcome, and come to Lausanne to visit us. And thank you for your attention, and sorry for being a bit long.
Thank you, Professor Grégoire. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for being here. It's such a pleasure to listen to your presentation. Just one question from the physical education perspective. There's still an unanswered question, or still there is no consensus whether the co-educational physical education or single-sex physical education. So from the physiological perspective, what would you advocate more, like co-educational or single-sex physical education?
I'm not sure the physiologist's reply would be the most interesting in that case, because obviously there are a lot of other issues, including inclusion of women in sport. We know that for any reason, there are less women practicing sport than men. And surprisingly, even if you have physiological data that over the longer distance, women can be, the gap would narrow, you have less and less women, probably because of some other reason. So again, I think I would advocate to get a mixed balance between sex separate, you say that, and mixed. And at least I think we have to get a practical approach and not, how you say that, a political approach on this issue.
Thank you very much. I'm just asking this because, again, there's still no consensus on that, and there are still countries that are creating the curriculum separate for boys and girls, so I like the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you one more time, Professor Grégoire, for this very insightful lecture. Colleagues, after this, this hall will empty. I just want to inform you that, and the symposium will continue in the business hall at reception. At 8? After 8. Yeah, so the program will continue in hall 1, hall 2 with the normal sessions, And after that, at 8, we come for the symposium. Oh, sorry. Just a second, sorry. So, the symposium will be after this in the business hall. So here everything will empty and we'll continue with the program. And at 8, the dinner begins. Sorry.